Hello? Oh, there we go. Hey, Garcia, how you doing? Oh, we'll have to have the Garcia theme. Hal, play Garcia theme. Hal, play Garcia theme. Yeah, so we still have this problem with Windows speech recognition. I wonder if anybody actually uses it. I'm going to see if I can wake up Hal by blowing into Hal's ears. Like, look, just, I know that sounds a bit weird, but this is my microphone. There's a very popular thing that happens these days, which is very popular to have big old microphones, like huge ones, you know, and everybody has those in order to get the best sound. I don't like that because the problem is that they are big and they get in the way. And I know it kind of like is a status symbol. And, you know, it's just like the bigger the microphone, the better. But I have a small one. But this is, do not be misled, this is a good quality microphone. It's a NAD CM100, I think. It's an omnidirectional microphone that is a reference microphone, very flat. You can use it for calibrating your audio. So this is my microphone. Then this one here, this is a clip-on mic, condenser mic, that I actually got to clip onto my trumpet for when I was playing trumpet, for miking the trumpet. It was pretty useless really, because you don't really need one on a trumpet. But I didn't realise that when I bought the trumpet. I mean, they're so blooming loud. Maybe when you've got the mute on. But anyway, this guy, which I used to stream with this one, this is here for conferencing when I'm at work, because it actually goes to a different computer. So it just clips on. So nice, you see. And then up here we have this little thing. See this? This is a little Sony stereo mic. And I bought this, well, a long time ago. Maybe nearly 20 years ago I've had this little thing. I got it to work with my iRiver. Yes, I owned an iRiver. Still got it somewhere, but it doesn't work. And so this goes to a separate USB thing that Hal uses. And so it turns out that Hal keeps falling asleep, and I have to wake Hal up by tapping him on his ears, or maybe it works if I just sort of. So it's probably working now. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
You see, it's crazy. I'd love to know what this is, but I'm using Voice Attack, but Voice Attack uses just the standard sort of Windows speech recognition stuff. But you know, it's like they put a feature in just so they can have it on the box, or can tick it off. They can tick a box off. As far as I can see, they haven't done any maintenance to the thing since 1832. And I know it's not just this setup, because I've had it for quite a while. The last time I was streaming, like 2 years ago, Hal kept falling asleep. I think what I need to do is to have a little mechanism. How I could do this? Actually, I could use a microcontroller for it. Actually, I could use the Acorn System 1 to do this. my Acorn System 1, which I restored recently, and I got off eBay. But you know, I could write a program. Maybe that'd be an interesting project. So what this does is I need to stop a watchdog for Hal in order to fix the thing. So what would need to happen though is I might need some electronics with that, because what I'd need to do is to take the audio signal and observe whether it would need to recognize whether I'm speaking or not. That should be fairly easy to do. And then if I'm not speaking, every now and then it should send a noise through to Hal to wake it up, and then I would have reliable Hal. What do you think of that? Hey, is anybody from Microsoft watching? Imagine that if I fix your software with the aid of an Acorn System 1. Now that would be crazy, wouldn't it? But that's the only thing I'm left with as a conclusion as to why this thing keeps failing. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
So it's all right for now, but then after a while, Hal just sort of like... really annoying. Anyway, how are you, Garcia? What am I going to do today? That's a good question. I'm going to work on Phi. I think that's a good thing to work on. But it was a reason I wanted to say... Oh, yeah, that was it. Sorry, I digress again. Acorn System 1 to the rescue. It's a cute little card, isn't it? I love the form factor. This is a Euro card form factor. It's lovely. Lovely size, isn't it? You know, it's sort of like... I suppose you need some IT done. Acorn System 1? That'll do nicely. Yeah, So, yeah, I'm well. Everything's good at the moment. We're coming out of lockdown. Oh, gradually, of course. We're coming out of lockdown as slowly as we went into lockdown, unless we look at the lockdown at Christmas, and that would be this lockdown, where we seem to go into it very fast. Sometimes we go into lockdowns very, very slowly. Sometimes we go into lockdowns very, very fast. And now we're going to be getting out of a lockdown, they're claiming, very, very slowly. But we might actually find that we end up getting out of the lockdown very, very fast. I can't keep up anymore. It's just like... we'll see. So I don't know what that means. It'll be nice if music venues open again, because then I'll be able to, you know, actually go and perform. I'm wearing my splash damage t-shirt. Yeah, doesn't quite fit unless I chop my head off. I know there's some people who perhaps would like that, but that ain't gonna happen. And not at splash damage. No, there's everything. I like Splash Damage. Great company. Yeah. Anyway, there we go. I'm a bit sort of... I did a lot of music today, so I think it went to my head. Anyway, right, what was I going to do? Yes, that was it. Sorry, I am all over the place this evening. It's just one digression after another, isn't it? Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Okay. Hal, play Garcia theme. And Hal failed to mute my microphone automatically there. So there we go. More things breaking. That theme used to be owned by someone else who we haven't seen for so long, that Garcia has taken it because he didn't like the theme I did for him. It's all very complicated. Anyway, we got that out of the way. I was going to work on Phi. Haha. Finally. And so where I got to it last time, well, what is Phi? Phi is, certainly for people who don't know what Phi is, what the Phi. Phi is a programming language that I'm working on, that I revealed a little while ago. You can check the Phi programming language channel on YouTube, and I revealed the essence of the language. I'll be posting more updates when there's something to actually report. In the meantime, I'm continuing work on the language. When I started streaming, just a little recap, I made this thing. It's called Nugget Window. It's written in Unreal because I started this around the time that I need, for work. Basically, it's good for me to become familiar with Unreal. As you may know, I've been a Unity person for like the past 10 years. Yeah, it's quite nice getting back into programming in C++ instead of C#, although I like C#. I don't have anything wrong with C#. Unity got a little bit tiresome, so I've actually kind of switched allegiances. So I have no reason to use Unity at the moment. I use Unreal instead. So to learn Unreal and to have this thing that I needed, which is this, I decided to do it in Unreal using blueprints to learn about blueprints integration with C++. And what is it? It's a terminal that you connect to from anywhere, right? And it's able to put objects into the scene, and you can move them around, and you can manipulate them. So I'm using this as like the graphics library for my experiments in Phi. And this reflects the Nugget architecture. Nugget is an idea which those who were following me in my streams when I was developing Kickoff Revival will know is an architectural framework that I've been sort of working on it for a while, and it's one of a few projects. So we've got a few things working together. So what it is then is this language Phi. I have written a virtual machine and parser, and it's written in C++, and it just runs without any libraries except Boost. Just use Boost.
Boost.
Yeah. No, it doesn't use Boost. Or should I call it bloat? Boost. Bloated, object orientated. Oh, come on. I'm nearly there. Bloated, object orientated, something with S. It's not coming to me. The last one would be technology. I don't know if you've got any suggestion. It was Postino's theme. Yeah, give it back. Yeah, go to sleep. They're right, it was Postino's. I remember now. Bloated, object orientated. ST. Something technology. Anyway, I'll move on. I don't like being defeated by word games. That one defeated me. I can't think of one. Silly doesn't really work. But anyway, yes. Send me your answers in a postcard. What that should be. I don't use Boost. It's very lightweight. It connects to the viewer with nothing but Windows sockets. So you can imagine there, that's about as quick to build as you can imagine. And when the program runs, I can get it to do graphics on the Nugget window here. And the great thing is that, this just stays there even when my code crashes. This is part of the Nugget philosophy, right? Make different components that operate by themselves in their own processes and communicate with each other over the network or whichever way is available. It doesn't matter, and everything should be built that way. Unity should be built that way. Don't have the editor and the engine all together in one the editor, the engine, the compiler, the editor, the engine, the compiler, and the database management system for all the assets. Don't put them all in one great big gigantic executable. Split it up. Have each part run in its own process and have all the processes communicate over the network. And what you'll end up with is something much better. Because, first of all, when you do that, it forces a discipline on your architecture that will improve your architecture. That'd be one thing. You increase flexibility. You get rid of the annoying problem that while your thing is building, you can't use the editor, for example. It gets rid of the problems that, you decided not to use a database for managing your asset database, but instead decided to have zillions of files in a kind of cranky, mangled system that, makes Visual Source Safe look like a well-engineered solution, So the great thing is that if the architect, I'm picking on Unity, but if all video game engines do this, they're in the same problem. If you've actually split the thing off so that the bit that handles asset management uses whatever system you threw together, but it's communicating with the other programs such as the editor and the actual engine, right? Then you can take that asset database and throw it out and put a new one in. The new one that uses database for managing data, instead of reinventing the wheel, the kind of manner of, well, let's ignore all the wheels that are out there and try to make one out of matchsticks, to actually use a ruddy wheel. So when it comes to that, or it's one of my hobby horses, when it comes to that, then you can have your developers develop an asset management system with a database in about like a fifth of the time it would take to develop one without a database. And you could take that, and when it's ready, you could just slam it in. You don't have to have all the different components forever sort of being compiled into the same code base. It makes so much sense to do this. So please, software industry, listen. It's enough. I don't want these big monolithic, huge, gigantic slabs. You know, it's like just don't. It's not hard. These days, the latency over the network is less than the latency between the ruddy keyboard and the screen. So please. Hi there, Zag. How you doing? And you do realise this is all an act. I have to say it's all an act. I mean, you do your stream. No, I do actually believe these things that I'm saying. That's not an act. And sometimes I wonder, is there anybody from work sees me streaming and they think, what the hell is going on here? You know, well, there we are. I'm just letting it all out, you know. Anyway, I digress. So the thing is that I'm working on this Phi language, and the big thing about Phi is that it doesn't have a program counter, and so it doesn't have control flow. So you could in theory create a CPU that doesn't have a clock. It turns out that if you do this and you get rid of the clock in the computer and program counter, right? Theoretically, at least, you solve all the problems, all the major problems in computer science, all of them, every single one. Ha ha! You're laughing, aren't you? Well, I'm seeing if this is true or not. It's a theory, so we'll see. And so where I had got to it, you're looking at some Phi up here as Phi. I mean, it's a language in flux at the moment. I had got to the point where I already had functions, but the functions were able to have references so that I can call the function and pass in a reference of the thing I want to make. That is the name, right? So they say make cube. And so in the traditional model, a constructor returns a pointer to some allocated memory. In this case, you call the constructor with a reference to the variable. Well, really, it's a name, but it's what you call it, variable. That you want that memory to be accessed as. So in other words, you're doing it with names instead of returning a pointer. You actually give it the name. You said, imagine it's be like a malloc, where you don't just say you want 256 bytes, please, but you say I want 256 bytes, and we're going to refer to this as Fred. And then later, whenever you want to access the memory, you access by name Fred. You could build this architecture yourself in C++ if you want. You would be building it over the top, obviously, of the language, but there's no reason you can't do it, and I'd recommend considering it in your software architectures, because a wonderful thing happens when you do that. You're no longer using pointers or references to access resources, and you're not using handles which were given to you. You're just using a name, and the great thing about name is that they can be universal. It means that two programs that have never spoken to each other before and were not compiled by the same compiler at the same time are able to communicate. You think about the issue of where you're serializing. This is a common one. You've got status structures, and you want to serialize it so you can restore the state of your application. So You go and say, I'll just copy all of the data, right? So that works until you have pointers in that data. As soon as you have pointers in the data, you're lost, because when you try to reload it, all the memory is in a different place. You're going to have to redo your allocations, and you cannot rely on the memory being in the same place. But all our computers do this. All the I think pretty much all languages do it this way. And it's like, why? So why not do it the other way, which is that you say, construct this thing and call it Fred. And evermore, where we talk about Fred, we're talking about this thing. And when you serialize it, it's serialized by name. So any reference that you have within your program, if you stop using the ampersand thing, I know there's a performance hit, and that is the reason not to do it this way, but depending on your application, that might not matter, right? Performance hit may not be relevant, and for a lot of the places where this is useful, it isn't relevant. So by doing it the way that you don't actually use a reference to the object, you do not use pointers, what you use is names, then serializing it becomes trivial, because you just go and say, there we are, this object is called cube and it's at these locations, and we've serialized it. And yeah, over there is another more data, and that data is referring to this cube. It has a pointer to the reference, whatever, to the cube. But we can just serialize that concept, reference to cube, because it's named. And so you just store it, serialize it. When you restart the program, there's nothing to do. It'll just work. So it's worth thinking about, so some of the ideas in here are also applicable to or usable in traditional languages. Oh, you too. With control flow, you can build a great wall. Yeah, you can. Serializing only at breakfast time. Is the word wall still offensive? I don't know. When was the word wall ever offensive? Here's a question. Which of these two words is likely to be more offensive? Love or war? That's a very interesting question. In fact, so good, I think I'm going to tweet that one. I like that. I'm going to tweet a poll on that one. Incidentally, while I'm doing that, little reminder, at midnight tomorrow, my thing, it comes out, my second single. The God and the River. So yeah, at midnight, premiere on YouTube. That should be exciting. I'm going to try this. So ask a question. Which of the following is the most offensive? Is most likely to offend? Which of the following words is most likely to offend? Choice 1, love. Choice 2, war. I could say sex and war, but I'm not going to go that far. So basically that one would be too obvious. Well, we'll see. Which of the following words is most likely to offend? That one we just see what happens. What was that? Look at that. After I posted my previous post telling about the single coming out, I noticed that it wasn't getting much. Quiet, Garcia. I noticed it wasn't getting much traction, and I thought, well, you know why. I mean, I'm posting on social media a link to something I want to tell people about. Because believe it or not, social media is not there for us to tell people about things. You go onto Twitter and you say, hey guys, I've got a new single coming out. Go and check it out on YouTube. And so you post it and the algorithm goes, this smart Alec over here, he's trying to get people off Twitter and downgrade the importance of your post, because we're not supposed to be using social media to inform people about things. We're not, clearly. So this is really annoying. So I just tried an experiment and it worked quite well, I think, because what I did was I posted after it a post that said, what was my most recent post before this one? And I thought, I started a new job. I rant about programming, releasing a new single, or an update on Fi. And this is very informative because it seems that absolutely nobody in my Twitter feed has any clue whatever about what Fi is. Because not a single, or at least, sorry, that's not true. None of the people who could, of course it makes sense, none of the people who could be bothered to reply, who also didn't know about my single, also didn't know about Fi. I think that's the conclusion that we have here, because nobody voted for Fi. But look how many people, there were 30, I ran this for a week, 31 votes. That's 31 interactions, 31 people who interacted. Look at that. See? There we are. AI algorithm on Twitter 0. Dino Dini 1. Yes. So I'm quite pleased with that. I've tried it again, but it'll only work for a while, and then the AI will get, it will get smart and it will stop falling for it. What's that? They knew I copied. Why do you? Can you wash your mouth out, Zag, please? But they knew you copied SWOS. For those of you who don't know what the hell's going on there, Sensible World of Soccer, and it's a kind of a running joke. There are people in this world, not many, but I think they do exist, and that's worrying enough, who think that I copied Sensible World of Soccer. It's conveniently ignoring the fact that my games came out before Sensible World of Soccer. For some people, facts like that are not, never stand in the way. You never let facts confuse things. Is basically the philosophy of some people. And I can understand it, frankly, because you can get overloaded with them. I'm all over the place this evening. But anyway, there we are. So tomorrow, midnight, premiere of God and the River, song recorded over a few sessions at a local recording studio with a video that is uses stock footage, but I hope creatively a full video with loads of stock footage, hopefully in a creative manner, and a lot of work's gone into that song. So, as a lot of work does go into these things. So, of course, once it's released and we've had a big, three people have shown up to see it. After that, then I'll commence with the business side of music production and distribution. I'll begin with the advertising. Yes, the advertising whose purpose it is to get anybody to please listen to my song. Basically, it's pay for an audience. Now, I used to be ashamed about this. It's like, it was embarrassing. You do your music, you do your stuff, and then, you pay for people to come, but frankly, after all these years of being creative and making music and all of this kind of stuff, so I don't care anymore. It's almost got to the point where, let's be honest, make music. That I'm really passionate about music. So yeah, and I really like playing music, and I like playing music live. I enjoy playing music live. Now, what's supposed to happen is that you're supposed to go and play music, and then the people come and see you, and then they pay to see you. But the problem is that these days, it's like getting anybody to do anything is almost impossible. It's so difficult. So I am tempted. And don't forget that if you actually want to put on a gig, it costs money, just like it costs money to make a video, or it costs money to record your song properly, right? And so it's like, it's not a business. It's no way is it a business. It's just one of those things that I don't want to be on my deathbed and not have done it. It would kill me. It just would. I'm refusing to allow that to happen. So therefore, I have to go and do my music and record it properly and listen to what the songs want and try to answer their call and do that. And I've got a lot of songs to get through. But anyway, I have to do that. And so then I have to pay in order to do that. Okay. And then I would say it's not even me. The songs want it. The songs want to be performed, and they want to be performed in front of people. And so I'll have to arrange that as well. And it might mean that not only will I have to pay for a venue and have to pay for, whatever other stuff is required to make the gig happen. Oh, like the musicians, because I'd like to play with the band. So I'll have to pay the musicians. I'll probably end up having to save up the money to pay for the whole damn thing myself. And then on top of that, pay for people to attend. Now, that's the thing. It might sound a bit crazy, but in the end, what the mission is here is to not be on my deathbed eventually. Hopefully that isn't going to happen for a while, but I won't be on my deathbed and go, oh, wow, if only I had that big concert once in my life. So maybe I'll have to figure out how to, discreetly buy an audience. That's the world we live in now. But it's not that strange. In free to play, it's like that. User acquisition, it's called. You make your video game, and then because premium doesn't really work anymore too well, because everybody is convinced that the audience is convinced that they should be able to play their games for free, that it means that people, you're free to play, you put the game out and people can play it for free. And then what you hope is, right, that they're going to somehow go from people who who believe they shouldn't need to pay for a video game into people who pay for a video game. So you've got to get that transition somehow, which I'm not an expert on free to play, I'll be honest. So, how you do that is quite interesting. I mean, I've got some ideas and so on. I think ultimately, if you entertain people enough at a certain point, they will be happy to spend money. So I suppose that makes sense. But in order to kick the process off, you need to get people to play your game that is free, because after all, there are a lot of free games out there, so why should they play yours? And so a combination of advertising, well, it is mainly advertising, actually. It is advertising. You have to put advertising out there in order to get people to come along and play your free game. Please come and play my game. It's just the same as please come and listen to my music. Please come to the premiere tomorrow of God and the River, second release, second single from Dino Dini. Please, I beg you, please. So and so you have to do that, and you have to pay to make that happen, because otherwise people don't come and play your game. So it's just the same. Cost of user acquisition. If you factor in the amount of time as well, right? So streamers, it's like that. I know I don't take streaming seriously, because it's a bit of fun, right? But if anybody gets into their head that they want to actually sort of the dream of making money from streaming, oh yeah, silly dreams. You'll get a kind of a nod if you figure out where that came from. When I was young and foolish, I had this dream. I kind of lost track of what I was saying here now. Well, I think I just reached digression saturation. I can't remember when I've ever done that before. But hang on a minute. I can recap the dream. Yes, of streaming. There we go. The dream of making money from streaming. But I mean, it's like hours put into it. How many hours have I spent streaming, guys? How many hours? I must have spent I must be at 1,000 hours of streaming. I have streamed a lot in my life already. So if we look at that, and let's say it's probably actually more like 2,000 hours by now. It's quite probably because I was streaming a lot of development on Kickoff Revival. So it's let's call it 1,000. So let's say it was 1,000, and say I pay myself £10 an hour, right? And that's £10,000 of investment, and that is really not. I mean, I'm worth more than £10 an hour. £50 an hour, all right. Well then, 50,000. Wow, we're just sort of like. That's why it's all just a bit of fun, isn't it? So I think that's why my thing here. See. Oh, hi, Mark. Need to start. Why? What is? Something's gone wrong with this thing over here. Did I hit? Oh, there we go. What is the point? What is the point of start sending viewers the bill? Yeah, that's the idea. What's the point of streaming Fortnite? It's everybody streaming Fortnite. Then it's the streaming Fortnite lottery. It's like, hey, this is the problem with those get rich quick things, isn't it? It's like, well, if it was that easy, everyone would be doing it. Well, maybe everybody is doing it. And then we only hear about the ones that succeed. Hang on, that sounds familiar. Indie game development. Yes, that's what... It's all a game. There is nothing sadder than a song without an audience, or a painting without a viewer, or a game without a player, or a soul without a friend. Oh. You think Bill Gates and Mark White? I think they already have. Sorry. I shouldn't laugh at my own jokes, but that one just popped out. I just popped out and it made me laugh. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Do you know, look, it's the weekend. We're allowed to do things the weekend. It's my time. The weekend is my time. My rules. And my weekend. I want to end the week strongly. Oh dear. I'm going to catch up on whatever. I think... Let me just catch up on the chat. On the waiting list. So I will do a concert. Come hell or high water. I would have done one by now probably if it hadn't been for COVID. People are paying $48 for a vinyl they never receive. It wasn't 48, was it? How is it $48? It was only 20. You will receive it. It will happen. It's just going to happen when it happens. And I promise you will eventually get that vinyl recording. You will get the LP. Just to make up for the delay, I might have to also buy you a player for it. But anytime you want your money back, I'll you're the only person who's pre-ordered it, Zag. You're the only one who pre-ordered it. So thank you so much for pre-ordering it. And then we had COVID. Yeah. Denomation. Tax social media is more addictive than tobacco with serious mental illness side effects. Yes, it is. You could tax, but it's all right. It'll burn itself out. It's a fad, and it will burn itself out. Because the reason why social media became so big was because we'd already fallen apart from each other. People only looking for likes because they don't have meaningful interactions with their... This is a theory. They didn't have the space for meaningful interactions with other human beings. So when you think about it, where do we? If you live in a city, the whole city is structured around work, shopping, and entertainment in the form of food and drink. There's very little actually. Anything that is more interesting is a niche, and you have to sort of dig around to find it. And they're always run by people who, great that they do it, but they're always, underfunded and not supported. Or they run a music venue and find that the music venue keeps getting shut down because people are speculating on the house prices. I've told you about that one before. This was a problem in Bristol. Probably still is. And the council even talked about it. So the way our cities are. It's just a way that, like, so it was great. The internet gives the opportunity to connect with people who think the same as you. But you can see where it led. Is it didn't go that way. It became the quick fix. I want to feel important. Look how many friends I've got. I'll do a selfie. Maybe this selfie will go viral. It's how you end up with crazy stunts, like people have actually lost their lives because they tried to do a selfie in a dangerous situation. And that's it. Bye-bye. Was it worth it? It's crazy stuff. But it's there because there's something missing. That desire to make a connection is something that we all feel. And it's not enough just any old connection. It needs to be a meaningful connection. I've spent most of my life looking, as no doubt most people have, for that meaningful connection. And I'm not just saying with a partner, as I have Karina, and that's a wonderful thing. But that's not everything. It's like that becomes everything for a lot of people. They go have a relationship, and then they have children, and then they've got a house and they've got a mortgage, and then they wake up and they're 55. It's it's all right. We need something more than just that, and that something more is more than just the machinery of living. There needs to be also the reason to live. At least I look at it that way. And that's where the things that are the game of, the way we play. I mean, there's no life. You can look at life as being like a game anyway. So if the game isn't fun, then what's the point? And I think that's one of the things that gets forgotten. It's like, life is not something to be endured. Life is something to be played. Life is supposed to be fun. And so, anyway, so the thing is, because of this difficulty like as a musician, right, I think this is true for most musicians. As a musician, I spend most of my time doing music by myself. It's almost impossible to find other musicians to play with. It really is. And anybody who's tried it can tell you it's very difficult. Because you've got to find somewhere to play. And invariably, it's, for some reason, musicians, they're an interesting lot. And you get you get issues of compatibility in terms of characters, and but most of all, it's just difficult to find people who will consistently turn up. That's the hardest one. So you end up spending most of your life as a musician just playing on your own, which I think is really sad. And it's a metaphor or a reflection on this issue of people not making connections. So when we had this media came along, then suddenly people have a way of making connections. The problem is that they're not meaningful. Now, one of the things that then will happen is people will get tired of meaningless connections. And then hopefully at that point, if we're still all here, at that point, we might be able to elevate the thing to the next level, which is the one where we focus on meaningful connections. But that will happen when people stream because they just want to have fun, or or I'll be honest, stream because I quite like to actually meet real people. Of course, now we're in lockdown, but it's so difficult to find and organise meeting people in real life. But at least we can have the meaningful part. And there are a lot of people who stream on YouTube meaningfully. That has evolved pretty well. Lots of people say bad things about YouTube, but what I know at the moment is there is actually content on YouTube that's really interesting, and I like watching, and it's stimulating. Like Mr. Carlson's Lab. I don't know if you've seen that. He repairs stuff. I've always been interested in electronics, but I find his it's very simple. He just repairs stuff, you know. But it's great because it's real. That is going to be the currency of the future, and I think it's inevitable that will take over. When there's a new thing, at first everybody's there, and they're all doing the click, and they click and they look for the likes and they do all of that, and then in the end, at a certain point, that becomes old hat. And the potential for making the connections will be there, the technology will be there, but people will shift in their perception. So I'm being a little bit of an optimist. I actually think that it can work out. But yeah, taxing social media though, I'm not sure that's the way. Where did I come from? We need a clue. Where did I? It was a clue. Is that the one of I had when I was young and foolish, I dreamed of going off to make something. Dino Dini. Well, I don't have no idea what that's about. But hi Mark, how you doing? We'll do this. We'll do the themes in a moment. Should start sending viewers the bill. Oh, already read that one. A song is still a song without an audience. It is actually like saying a star is still a star without anybody to look at it, or the moon is still the moon with nobody to look at it. In actual fact, the moon is not the moon if nobody's there to look at it. It becomes the moon when someone looks at it and they go, moon. But that's philosophical. It's enough. I need to get back to Phi. I think even the Fortnite streaming market is saturated. Absolutely, it's saturated. Of course it is, because everybody's just. But it's not because. Do people stream Fortnite because they love Fortnite, or do they stream Fortnite because they saw some other people stream Fortnite and got a lot of viewers? That's the point. I have a friend that's an author, and they're going through the same thing. They've made negative money so far. Yes, you will. You do not do these things for money. You do not. Never. If I had a piece of advice for anybody who's doing anything of, a creative, purely creative nature, anything artistic, you're doing music, even making a video game, unless it's your profession, do not do it for money. Just do not put that out of your head. Do not do it for any goal or aim. Even if you're joining a band, if you're making a band, something like teenagers often start a band. Why do they do it? They do it for popularity. They do it to, meet members of the opposite or even the same sex or whatever. You get the point. It's like it's there for some ulterior motive other than music. Don't make music for anything other than music. Play music. It's a game. Play it. We kill the play. We kill the fun. They teach children that it's wrong to be playful with music, when the whole point of music is to play. Just put that all out of your head. Just don't do it. Because the probability is, first of all, that you're not going to make money from it. And then there's the Zen irony, which is that the best chance that you have of making money from it is to do it for any reason other than the purpose of making money. right? And if you are lucky and it goes viral, then you can make a choice any time in your career. You can choose either to carry on with that spirit where you do it because you love to do it, you do the thing you love to do, and then you hope that, well, not even hope, you trust that you will be able to get by and that it will support you, or you milk it. And it's a choice, and there's nothing wrong with that, I suppose, if you've got yourself in that position. But then understand that if you're going to milk it, that you're not doing it for the creativity anymore. You're doing it because it's a way of making money. Right? Having to deal with the groupies. Well, you know, it's like, that's it. Have a listen to the song Have a Cigar by Pink Floyd. It really sums it up. That's from the view of the record company. Anyway, I'll get on with Fi. I think I enjoy the ranting more than I enjoy the programming when I'm streaming. But anyway, let's see if Hal is still alive. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Wow, you've been paying attention, haven't you? Well done. Just use boost.
Boost, boost, boost.
Okay. Hal, play Zag theme. There we are. The trio. The audience trio. Good to see you guys. So, it's not a flute. It is a recorder. which actually makes it even weirder, doesn't it? And the guitar, I was just remembering what did I do in that track? It's that the themes are generally written on GarageBand, but I think the guitar there was actually an acoustic guitar recorded on the microphone of GarageBand, I mean of the iPad, and then with distortion applied. And then the flute will be, well, the recorder will take, would in one just one take what came to mind at that moment. It might seem like, oh, it's all complicated, but the thing is that in the end I recognise the particular pattern, not so much the tune, but just of the. It annoys me sometimes that I know my own sort of musical code book. And so then I'm going, well, it's a bit of a cliche, isn't it? I was thinking of the fingering. It's really tricky because I've been playing a lot of flute, and so the fingering is screwing me up. I swear they give these to school children. Why do they pick the recorder? I'm going to be really cynical and say they pick the recorder to put children off music, because the recorder, right, is a fully chromatic instrument. That's a nice thing, but the fingering, you'd think you want to do that, right? But that, I think it's the F. Well, this is a different key instrument, but that's wrong. It's sharp. To stop it being sharp, you have to finger that. That's hard for a kid to do. I mean, I find it difficult even now. Warming up, but it's, come on, are we there to try and get people interested in music? I mean, plus it's an instrument that doesn't sound very nice. The recorder is not. You have to be careful with it. You can get it to sound nice, but it's like, okay, so what we do is we give children a musical instrument that's annoying, difficult to play, and really, and not like an expensive compared to something like a tin whistle, which would do perfectly. Give them an Irish whistle, be perfectly fine for the purpose of getting children to like musical instruments. Perfectly fine. You don't need to get complicated. And then not only that, but the instrument is annoying enough that then when they go home and practice, then their parents are getting annoyed. It's like, what are they trying to do? I'm trying to find. I can't find my. I'm looking for one. Maybe it's in here. La, 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 oh, there it is. I mean, like, give them one of these. Right? Look at this. I mean, this is an expensive one, but you can get ones which are pretty cheap, right? Fingering, la da 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 da, and then you start again, blow harder, and you get the next octave up. It's the simplest fingering. But you can then get fancy and do half note, semitones. Yeah. Takes practice to do that, and it's not as clean a note as you get from your fully chromatic other instruments. But in terms of getting children to understand what playing a musical instrument is about, this is much better than this. But we give our children this. Really, it's annoying. Anyway, why do we do it? You tell me. And I like to say that you can judge intent by result. I always think that's a wise thing. Is like, what was the meaning of this? Well, let's see what the result was. Until we see differently, we should assume that the result we got was due to an intention. It's either that or it's incompetence. So take a pick. It's terrible. Anyway, I know I've gone to that. So that theme, Zag's theme, it was this recorder. Oh dear. Let's put it away. La, 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 la. Of course, they don't give children the big recorder. They give them the smaller one, which is more annoying. Okay. Meanwhile, back at the ranch. Oh, by the way, since nobody said it, it's like, oh, when I was young and foolish, I dreamed of going away to make tofu. Stupid dream. It's Kung Fu Panda. A brilliant film, highly recommend it. Do not be fooled. It looks like it's a kid's film, and it is, but it's also it has some very, very wise and lovely messages in it that can be appreciated by adults. And allegedly I am one. Anyway, where were we? Back in the land of Phi. So I was talking about references. So basically, when I say make a cube, see, on begin, make cube. So when the program starts, this line says, make it's beautiful. I love it. It's one of my favorite movies. And I can always tell when I love a movie because I end up using it. It's in things I still, there's so many lovely little touches in there. So of course, one of the most beautiful things in there is that whole thing. Yesterday is history. Tomorrow is a mystery, but today is a gift. That's why they call it the present. And it's one of those things we get that stuff. I don't know. If you can get over any cringe that you might feel and say that's kind of twee or whatever, you move past that. There's a fundamental truth. It's not just twee, it's the truth. It's a fundamental truth. And so important, and it's difficult. The only thing we have is now. There is nothing more important than that message. It's really there. How they actually managed to get that film out, it's like, in some ways, it's a bit subversive, you know. Ooh. Anyway, I think they tried to make up for it with the sequel, which was a bit meh. Anyway, back with Phi. So when I say on begin make cube, what's supposed to happen here is that I pass in a reference to cube. Now the at symbol at the moment, current incarnation of Phi, it's all experimental, is that the at symbol is used for references. So if I say cube at, this actual idea I think was actually Garcia's idea. But if you say cube to sort of put the operator either in front or behind, so I have a different meaning. So if you say cube at, this basically means the reference to cube. So that the type of cube at is a reference to, in this case, cube, rather than the cube itself. That gets passed into the function here. So item now has the type of a reference to cube, and then inside here, if I say at item, it's the dereference. So what actually happens is I pass cube in as a reference, item becomes cube, and it actually does the construction on cube that later is called cube. You just say cube. So it's basically is a constructor, but I'm saying what the reference should be called. I don't even know if that makes sense. It's like, it would be like if I passed in, I had a constructor where I passed in a reference to the, a pointer actually. You pass, pointer reference doesn't matter. You pass in the pointer or reference to the, that states where the resulted constructed object should be stored. But it isn't really, because it's abstracted. It's not that really it should be stored. It could be stored anywhere. That's the point. We don't know where it's stored. We don't need to. We just need to know how to find it. So in effect it becomes like an address, but it isn't. Country drive to country market. Wow. That sounds good. I suppose, yeah, you're 12 hours ahead of us, I guess, because so it must be 11:30 in the morning over there. So right, so what am I doing? What am I working on? So that was the reference thing. And so I'm trying to, right now, I was trying to create a construct which was this add on begin because what should happen is that when I say make cube, and I pass in the name that I want to make it for, right? This item becomes this cube. So really what it does is on begin, make graphics cube. And it's makes graphics cube takes, actually it's questionable or whether that should be at item or no, I don't know, I have to think about that a minute. This is a bit odd, but okay, whatever. When the item is created, I had this debug code to print hello. That basically says on change item created, make graphics cube adds a created field onto item when it's created, because remember that there is no program counter. So if you have an order of operations, you have to wait for the previous line to finish before you can do the next one. But really it doesn't have a concept of lines, not in the same way. And then it should also do this add on begin on change. Now what this is doing is saying add a rule on begin. So when this function begins, we're going to add the rule on change, and this is how far I got last time. And what I found was, just in a few minutes before starting this stream, was that I was trying to do that here. I was trying to say, let me just comment out the lines I'm not working at the moment. Add on begin on change, B++. But I needed to put a reference in here because I'm just testing this line because this was generating errors. So it turns out that the language currently can't handle this. There's some bug that it can't handle a trigger that's a reference or a dereference in a trigger. So I need to think about this. The language works on the basis that you say there's an action which is triggered on the change of a variable. So for example, on change of frame count, then do this. So I just tried to get rid of the and add on, and I found that the problem exists just with a simple rule anyway. So this also does not work. If I run this, actually it's completely extraneous. Yeah, it's the wrong way. On begin, change. There we go. Let's try that. Well, that doesn't work. So, on begin. No, on change. Because I'm talking nonsense here. On change of. There we go. It says expected literal identifier. I got an assert. So this happens even if I'm not doing the add rule. So currently what I'm trying to do is implement this ability for the code to modify itself. The ability for the code to add a rule. Because my reasoning is that in a constructor, such as this, what we could call a constructor, when the object is created, we also want to create rules for that object. So this becomes like a kind of template. It's like when I create the cube, I need to make sure that when the position changes of the cube, I call this update position function. That's basically what I'm trying to do. So when the position changes, call the update function, which is an internal function, a native function, that actually does the call to the viewer to actually move the object. So you can see that if I have two cubes in the scene, I need to create two rules. There needs to be two versions of that rule. One for one cube and one for the other cube. So I need I can't have those created at compile time. It's not so much compile time, initial parse time, you could call it parsing time. I can't create them at parsing time because they are created at runtime because it's a constructor. So I need to have some kind of mechanism for saying add this rule. And the rule at the moment is going to get interesting later on, kind of the constraints I'll have to put on it. But for now, those rules have to be in the global space because I've not found a way to make it, it doesn't seem to make logical sense for it to be anywhere else other than in the global space. But that should be okay because cube pos x, cube pos y, these will be in the global space rather than say inside a function. So these rules get added to the big global rule set. So it's like self-modifying code. It's able to add a rule. What's interesting about this is that I mean, I haven't got there yet. Since when you create an object, you can dynamically decide which rules to implement. You can see that will come out of this. So that means that if you have different variations on a particular constructor or a particular object, whatever, say you need one with less functionality, you don't add the rules for that one, for the functionality you don't need. The other thing that's interesting is that the rules for every object you create need to be explicitly stated, at least to the runtime system, to the virtual machine. So if I created 1,000 cubes, there would be 1,000 explicit rules just relating to updating the position. I'm not sure that's really a problem. It just feels like you might think that it should be possible to express that in the runtime without needing to have explicit rules, like one rule and then a list of objects that were dynamically created that are executed on that rule. But I reckon that that's unimportant at this time, as that's an implementation detail and not really something I need to worry about right now. The doing it the kind of brute force way, if you will, only has the disadvantage that, you know, there's a potential performance hit or memory use hit, but I know it will work. So I'm going to go with that dumb approach now. If you're making your own language like this, then you have to pick the timing of your battles. I know that one problem that could arise with Phi is performance, but I reckon that performance can be dealt with and can be made up for even by the fact that it should allow for easier multi-threading. But that's down the road. I mean, you know, it could take me years from this point to get to that, so especially if with all the ranting that I do. Prototype system. Well, that's what I'm trying to do, is build a prototype. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, you know, and then if there's performance, well, it's the thing, as I said the other day, is that this basically is taking a hypothetical branch off of the development of computer science, which just went all in with the von Neumann architecture. And there's a very strong connection between the von Neumann architecture and Turing machines, to the point that I see them as equivalent. I don't really see that there's a meaningful difference between the Turing machine and the von Neumann machine, at least not philosophically, which is, you know, fine. But if you were to branch off from computer science into a different branch, and let's say that had happened, way back in the 1930s or whenever it was, 40s. If that had happened, we would now be at 80 years of research in how to make that branch go fast. We've had 80 years of research on how to make the von Neumann branch go fast as possible. So I can't really expect to solve all the problems. Or really hardly any of them. But I think there's something in the architecture. Inheritance is a red herring. It was a huge red herring. It's one of those ideas that seems really good at the time, but in fact it's a nightmare. But I dare say it could be done. I mean, what inheritance, the way I would do inheritance in Phi, if I supported inheritance, is by giving every rule a name. So that's the thing. In Phi, the program is composed entirely of rules, and I've proven that this can be used to compute things. So on the video, the Phi programming language on that channel, on the Phi programming language channel, there's a demonstration of me calculating a square root using Newton's method totally in a language that does not have any program counter, but is not functional because it is stateful. It's completely stateful. So that was the mission. Neither imperative, it is an imperative because it doesn't have a program counter, and it's not functional because it completely embraces state. And I proved it. So from that point of view, I'm pretty confident that it's Turing complete, or the concept is Turing complete. But as a result of these rules, as a result of not having a program counter and it just being a set of rules, and that the rules themselves don't need to be in any order, the order is unimportant, then you can give each rule a name. I can't yet. But now, if each rule had a name, then it'd be possible to do a form of inheritance which is completely unlike anything that you can do in C, C++, C#, Java, whatever. Where you can take an entire function and inherit from it and then modify only a single line. And that's the way, if I support inheritance in Phi, that's the way it would work. And this is inspired or comes from technology that I first conceived way a long time ago, 25 years ago, something like that. Call them property trees. And what they is basically like CSS in the end. In fact, the syntax is uncannily fairly similar, but I'm pretty sure I predate, or well, I don't know. It's questionable which came first. But the point is that you use braces and you have hierarchical blocks of data, and you can inherit from another one. And I was trying, the first version of Phi was using that. I was actually putting the program inside a property tree so that I could do inheritance. But I realized that that was a bit clunky. So I dropped the property tree thing to simplify it. But in fact, it's still possible because, yeah, I could do I could just have a label in here. Could be one way of doing it. I mean, this is theoretical again, but I could do something like function, I'll do something really trite. Add A and B, A comma B, and then in phi you would say on begin return A plus B in function. So this would be a function in phi that just, and of course that looks like there's no different from any other function that you've seen. But there is a subtle point, which is that, an important point, which is that there is no program counter inside this function. Begin is an event that happens when the function is called. So you could do something else. You could say on begin C equals A, on change C return C plus B. This would do the same thing. These two lines are two instructions that doesn't matter what their order is, because order of execution, there's no program counter. So this will say when you want to add A and B, the first thing that happens is you assign A to C, and when that is finished and C has now the value of A, so on the change of C, return C plus B. And great. Well, then what I could do is just label these. No, I haven't implemented it. This is hypothetical for inheritance. So if I did that, then I've actually put a label on each rule. The two rules, they both have labels. So then I could do function subtract, derive. This is totally hypothetical and a trite example, but this could be done, and this might actually be useful. It's like, why would this be useful, whereas normal inheritance isn't? It's because inheritance is useful for data, and unless your program is represented as data, it turns out that you get in a tangle. Cut a long story short, but since there is no real difference between data and program in phi much, they're sort of the same, made of the same stuff, I suspect that this will work out better. So the problem here is this is now a subtraction function, which is actually adding. So that could be a bit annoying, right? That's not what you want. But what you could do is then this be on, it's the stupidestly simple of things, and just to demonstrate that now I have useful inheritance. It's amazing that you don't get this kind of inheritance in any programming language that I'm aware of. If you know it, please let me know. But you see, C++ took the idea of inheritance, or got the idea of inheritance after the invention of the concept of the class, and only considers inheritance as being something possible within a class, but missed a trick. The trick that was missed was that you could have inheritance in other contexts. Why not have inheritance of a function, so that you can say, I want this function to be the same as that function, but with this difference. Now, the problem there is that C++ doesn't really provide a mechanism for you to re-specify the... how would you tell it to change a particular line? How would you identify the line? So you can see there's a bit of a tangle. The trick was missed, but on the other hand, it looks like it wasn't really feasible inside of C++. But there again, we've got a point that computer science goes in a particular direction and had a blind spot, missed the opportunity. There are a huge number of these that occur all over the place. But it had this blind spot, which meant that, okay, maybe it wasn't possible. But maybe, funnily enough, with this, there was an alternative to templating. Well, you could say, well, they've done it with templates. Well, yes, Sort of, I suppose. It's not quite the same thing, though. I don't think you can template an operator. It's all limited. The only thing you can template is a type. You can specify, you can abstract the type. I mean, unless you use the C preprocessor, where you had a lot more flexibility, although you wouldn't be able to sort of, well, you could. What you could have done with the C preprocessor is, instead of saying plus or minus, you could have made that a macro definition, and then you could switch that. So, funnily enough, C is more powerful than C++. No, correction. C is more powerful than C# in that respect, because C# doesn't have the preprocessor. So, in some ways, C# is a step backwards, but that's kind of missed, and that's not considered, because there was this prejudice against the C preprocessor. And I can understand some of those concerns, but don't lock off the door. Don't create a blind spot of opportunity. So anyway, this would be how I would do it. And in this case, because this language does not have a program counter and it is a list of rules, it means that the program is data. And so if the program is data, then you can do this. This is saying subtract is the same as add, but rule B is instead on change C, return C minus B. How great is that? You could potentially then have a whole program that is done that way. And then you could inherit from the whole program and say, my new version of this program is the same as the first version of the program, only this function is different. This is just great. Can you see that? Because apart from anything, it means that if you want to test things out, it's like, I have my program here. Now, the function in here, we're using one implementation, and I want to profile or compare the performance of this implementation within exactly the same program where this function is written in a different way. Okay, so how would you do that in C++? You would use, or C#, Java, good luck to you. But in C# and C++, you at least can use the preprocessor to do an if-def, and you can have it so that you have one or the other. You say hash if true, false, and put an else in there, and you can switch between the two. In Java, I don't know. You actually, this is one of the things about Java that they didn't really get, was that you need to develop a programming language that, engineers can do engineering in. And so that means be careful before you get rid of all those features that a purist academic frowns upon. I might be being a bit unfair, but I don't care. So anyway, in this situation, you've got your two programs. You could load both the programs into the same virtual machine. It's in the same program. It's like it would. You would say this program is the same as that program. It's derived from that program. Give it another name. And so in the virtual machine, you have both programs coexisting at the same time that are identical, apart from one function which is different, and they're both there, and you can run them at the same time, even. Because you could have a system where it's able to send one of those programs to this processor and the other program to that processor, and maybe have a way of saying to the language to do that, or it could work it out itself. It would be able to tell that the two programs have no connection between each other, because they are programs running in their own space. If it knows that, it can just go and find a thread for the other one. It can run it on a different... So then what have you got? You've got this thing that you can run both the programs. Not only are you able to run both of the programs, right, with a minimal amount of work to implement that change, you can run them at the same time. It's like... And this all comes from treating or getting rid of one of, there are many things that I'm trying to get rid of, and one of them is this artificial distinction between code and data. And that's, but incidentally, one of the powers of assembler programming. People go on about assembler programming and say, well, it's not relevant anymore, and optimizing compilers can optimize much better than a human being can, and all this yawny stuff that goes on misses the point entirely. When you are programming in assembler, and it's something I will demonstrate when I'm doing some more programming on this, going really back to the basics, where it's not even assembler, you program this in hex, right? What's there to learn? What's there to learn? I tell you what there is. That code and data are the same. There's no real difference between code and data. It's all data. That's how I know that there's somewhere to get to. How do I know that it's important to remember that code and data are in fact the same, that there is no difference? Because I started programming on this. And when you program in machine code, you to the microprocessor, there's no difference between code and data. And so what this means is that, and it's not really that surprising, to me anyway, that it might be in some ways harder to program in assembler. And even that may be overstated. I can go into why. I've talked about it before, right? But yeah, okay. But the reality is that when you program in assembler, you can do anything you like with that point. There really is no difference between code and data. And so this allows you to do spectacularly interesting things that you can't do in a language that has this distinction. And one of the proofs of that is just look at the amazing work that people do in demo competitions, what they manage to cram into ridiculously small programs coded in assembler. And how do they do it? One of the big power of it is the fact that there is no real distinction between code and data anymore. But of course, it's not advocating everyone should program in assembler. It's not practical, because then your program needs to be rewritten for every single target platform. This is not, even leaving aside that potentially it's more difficult to write programs in it and all the rest of it. The big one is the issue of compatibility. That this was bad for Kickoff. Porting it from any non-68,000 CPU was very difficult, because you have to rewrite the whole thing. So, but let's not forget the lessons. Let's not discard it because of this kind of superficial thing. And I'm really tired of it, the superficial dismissal of assembler programming. Or assembly programming, I should say. Anyway, sorry, I'm going back. This is interesting. I know I'm not programming here, but that was really interesting, because what's happened, and you get if you've watched me do this before, you should get the point. That all of the digressions and the rants and whatever else, I am still working. But in this particular case, the question that Garcia raised just sparked off a potential way of implementing inheritance in the language in a way that other languages are incapable of doing. And so this is all part of the work of developing Phi. And so thank you for that stimulating question. I'm actually quite excited by this, because that, just the ability to name a rule, you know. But we're not doing that today, but I shall remember that. Going to check the chat. Could the language, hi Mark, could the language work with function add xy end? I said end function because I might be needing the end for something else. Yes, but I might not. So for now, I'm using end function. There is actually a keyword for end. You know, it's like, it's also to simplify the parser. But I have a when statement, which is really kind of a bit like an if, but it isn't really. So when something is true, then execute these actions. And it ends with a wend, and that's ugly. End when. I could just say end when. I could just say end. But the thing is, if I just say end, it's going to complicate the parser, potentially. So for now, I'm erring on just making it wordier, but at some point I imagine that, you know, maybe it will be just end. So that's kind of an optimization of the syntax that can be done later. JB's language is a meta language to replace the preprocessor. Yeah. I'm hoping I don't need a preprocessor. But we will see. I'm not against using a preprocessor, but I think if you think about it, what I've done up here is like a macro with an argument. You can look at it that way. Yeah, the funny thing there is that the punch cards, as I understand it, what that would be, yeah, that would be harder. It's essentially the same as this, but what would happen is that you would have a keyboard that, as you typed, would punch holes in cards, and so the cards then would be your program. And then you would take them off that machine to the machine that would accept the cards. And the cards are basically used as a memory device. But it's like a USB stick. Okay. So yes, it would have been harder. And not only harder because, you know, you've got to faff around with all these cards. But here you just type in and you go and you see the result of your program immediately, although you don't have a teletype, right? You know, but at least it's immediate. What would happen with the punch cards is you would write your program and you would go over the program really carefully. I've never done it, but you would go over the program very carefully and then submit your cards, which would be processed in a queue, no doubt, of other people wanting to use the machine. You'll get your results back. It could take hours to get your result back, and when it was back you find that it just crashed, and then you would have to try and figure out how to debug that without being able to actually use any kind of debugging. You know, that's pretty tough. So I'd say it is a little more difficult because the turnaround time was slower. You know, the development cycle was slower. Anyway, to get back to this here, I have a bug right now, which is I get this expected literal identifier because I'm using a reference on a rule. So what this should actually say is on the change of what A is pointing to, is referencing, right? On a change of what A is referencing, I'll use pointing to. On a change of what A is pointing to, or pointing at, that's probably better language, pointing at, then increment B. And that doesn't work, because it says that it's expecting a literal identifier. So I need to know. If I go and just do this rule for this program, I've commented out all the lines. So this is a one-line program. On change of A, increment B. It wouldn't do anything because A never changes. As you can see, it accepted it, and it's running in a mode where it doesn't exit, because it's always incrementing the frame count. So it does nothing because there's nothing to do, because A never changes. If A was to change, it would increment B, but A never changes. So if I say at A, the problem is that, well, this isn't an error, this is correct. It's expecting a literal identifier, because it's expecting A to be a reference, but A is not a reference. Well, let's confirm that, because in fact this would be the equivalent of a null pointer. It's like I'm trying on the change of what A is pointing to, but A is not pointing to anything. I need to turn on a heater. I could have just asked how to do it. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. Hal's upset with the heater. Doesn't like it when the heater comes on. Now let's see, if I blow in Hal's ears. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
So that would be hilarious. I might actually do that. Get the Acorn System 1 as being the Hal's little watchdog. And send that to Microsoft. Make a point. They don't like heat. So let's have a look. It's trying to it's trying to evaluate the watch at A. Current context state. I'm snacking. Look at that. I got very hungry today. I haven't been snacking for ages. Yeah, it's exactly it. So the first thing I'm going to do is put another check in there so that I can get a better error message. I suppose I can do... percent... Error. I need to get better. Error. %s. Cannot be dereferenced as it is not a reference type. And I can put the name of that, which I think is whatever I put into get store q name. I think q dot name. See if that's a better message. Didn't like that. Name is not a... Yeah, because it's text, not name. Ooh. Error. Garbage characters cannot be... Yeah. .c string. Cannot, yeah. So, put in a quotes around that. Error, A cannot be dereferenced as it is not a reference type. That's a valid error. Let's take that out. We put this function back. So is there, without do clear graphics, it does set, so on change graphics cleared, make the cube.
Captain. Compilation failure.
How? I said make the cube. I didn't say make it so. Let's see how this runs. Doesn't like something. All right. All right. Let's undo all changes. Right, so it's trying to execute it. You execute it now, but it shouldn't be. It should just be adding the rules. So I think that's the problem. But let's see. Oh, damn. Let's see if it allows this function. No, and that doesn't even parse. add on, begin on, change. Add on, begin on, change doesn't like that. But I did add on, begin on, change outside of the function, and that worked. Unless there's something else wrong with it. Let's try that. No, that parsed. No, we got a runtime error. If I just copy that into the function. Exception thrown. Mismatch input. Add. That's weird that that doesn't work inside a function. So, all right, now I've got a parser problem. Need to check. It's a parser bug. Because that should be legal. So that's probably coming down to the parsing of a function. A function is defined as a function name, a function body, and a function end. That is probably the definition of function body is defined as an on rule, a number of on rules. Now I made as an element is an on rule, a function, or an add rule. A function is body is right. I need to say a function body can be on rules and add rules. An on rule is, well, basically a rule. Damn it. I should start eating. An on rule is a rule. An add rule is adding a rule. It's a bit awkwardly named. I'll have to take them downstairs in a minute. Peanuts. Hey, I'm programming for peanuts. Nick. Oh dear. Naught out of 2. Come on, third time lucky. No. Oh yeah. Go. Fourth time lucky. That was hard to do because my neck's never been quite the same since I had it lock up a while ago. On rule. Yes, I did this and it seems to be better now. As in, that parses. So, let's just get that test line out. We should probably still get the same error. No! Oh. Weird. No, not quite, because it does not call the function. Clear the graphics and make the cube. Programming for peanuts. Absolutely. see what you're doing there. Alright, I can't eat the whole bag. If I take them downstairs... I could have... I've still got some in my hands for that. It's a harder effort to get them now. The cube has appeared. I'm getting that error. A cannot be dereferenced as it is. Not a reference type. It seems to be executing the rule. Yes. Probably because I haven't implemented the add functionality yet. Let's have a look for add. You don't even do that yet. On begin. Add on begin. Oh yeah, because it parses it fine. Oh, it creates a rule. Add begin rule. Which has, it's referred to here, add on begin. I'm not using it yet. So execute a rule. Well, find all references. There's a check, evaluate, begin. I didn't get an unhandled error. So, tell you what, I'm going to just simplify this again. I'm going to comment out all these guys and this and this and just have my one very simple rule here to test. Okay, then I can trace the execution, which happens, well, yeah, when does it, that's a good point. Evaluate begin. Let's see what happens, because I was expecting it not to execute at all, and then I wouldn't get the message, but it seems to be trying to execute the rule. Anyway. Evaluate begin, and eval rules clear, get current rules. Didn't do anything, which is kind of weird. must have added the rule and then attempted. Oh. No, it didn't. How could it? It couldn't add the rule. There is no adding the rule. I didn't put in the code yet for adding the rule. So that's really weird. That I'm doing execute with tick. I don't understand where the error is coming. I have to step through it. Evaluate current watches. Right, okay. When I try to evaluate the current watches after evaluate begin, it's added it adds the watch on the parsing. That was it. So let's see. Current watches, add watch. Watch expression. And it just adds the watch to the list even though it hasn't associated the and because it doesn't yeah, I need to remember. So one way of dealing with this is that if I have a normal rule, it does this, but if it parses a watch expression inside of an add rule, then it would flag the add rule when it matches the add rule, and when it comes here it would make the alternative to this. But what I'm leaning towards at the moment is just fixing it in the language definition rather than trying to add extra state in, which is messy. So what it means is that an add rule is add on and then an add-on begin. An add-on begin is begin, and an on rule for add. An on rule for add is an on and an on change. An on change is change watches expressions. So what I'm going to do is do add on change is a change for either add watches and add expressions, so that on begin, on rule for add is on and on change, but it's actually add on change now. So what should happen with that then is I have a new parse, kind of callbacks if you will, which are for add watches and add expressions as opposed to normal ones. That change should make the error go away, I suppose, but the add rule won't work. We'll see. Okay, doesn't like it. Reference to undefined rule. Add watch. Yeah, you're right. I hadn't defined it. What was add watches? I haven't defined it yet. So this is the same, add watches, and it's exactly the same, but now it knows which type it is. Doesn't like something. A reference, oh, I need to do the same thing with expressions, wherever they went. Expressions here, I can say add expressions. Let's try this. And it cannot be dereferenced. So I'm still getting the error, which is surprising me. Yeah, it didn't change anything. So what went wrong? Add watches. Yeah, that's fine. Add on change. Very odd. So I need to look here at visit on begin. Add on begin. Yeah, visit add on begin. Yeah, interesting. It didn't. It never arrived at visit watches, did it? Does it ever come to that? Add on begin. Yeah. Difficult to decode from the debugger where it was. Right, let's see. If I look at the example code I'm running, it only has one line in it, which is add on begin on change. Looking at this, if I say add on begin, an add rule is add on and then add on begin. Add on begin is begin followed by an on rule for add. On, add on change, change, add watches at expressions, add watches is oh damn, right, I didn't quite go far enough. starts to. It's actually. It's a little awkward. I need to have a variant which is an add W expression. I didn't go quite deep enough. Okay, that now does not fail. That's more like it. So what we have is that it's parsing this, but it's no longer adding the watch and the expressions in because I haven't implemented that. This allows me now to implement it. So the visit watch expression, we have a variant when it's an add rule. So I need to think about how I'm going to implement that. That's annoying. Now this is going to require a little bit of a refactoring. It's going to need a bit of a refactoring. And on here we get the rules added to the thing, and then I need to be able to sort of say, okay, when this happens, add the rule, but I can't know what the rule is because I might have dereferencing to do. And what's the rule in the language of when it does the dereferencing? That's an interesting one. Alright, well, let's first put these in and see if that works as it should do, but just make sure nothing's broken. Yeah, that worked. It printed the hello, it reset the thing, it made the cube appear, as you can see over here as the cube. It also had parsed this but did nothing with it. Now there's an interesting question. In fact, let's put this rule in now. This did not. No, that's fine. Right. So the problem is, when does it do the dereferencing? Is it that it should? I mean, is it saying that add on the rule? Of course, here the context is clear because we want the rule we want to dereference item immediately, so I'm just going to have to set some idea in here and it can be figured out later if there's a problem with it, but the rule is that an add on begin or an add rule, all the dereferencing is done immediately. And frankly, I think that's fine. I don't see any problem with that. Okay. No. Well, what am I talking about? Whoa, no, hang on. Sorry, I'm having to... The reason this is difficult is because you have to hold into your head, you have to hold in your head the two different execution strands at the same time. One is where the rule is added, and then there is where the rule is executed. So the rule is that when adding a rule, you dereference the rule at the time when it's added. So the rule that will get written is on change cube pos x, comma cube pos y, comma cube pos z, update position cube. But this can only be decided when the rule executes. Or not. Well, there's 3 execution strands. This is why there's a lot of umming and ahhing here. I have to hold 3 in my head at the same time, or I resort to writing it down. I mean, when I started off, I would make diagrams. I think even when I was programming in the kickoff, I would sometimes resort to flow charts. Well, those were relatively early years. I don't do it anymore. And I think there's part of the reason is that if I need a solution I can hold in my head, because it's possible I could get a solution that I can't hold in my head, but I could write documentation for. But if I can write a solution that I can hold in my head, then there's a better chance of it being decipherable later. And documentation is terrible because it goes out of date. So you could say, if I apply a constraint that I need to be able to work it out without writing a diagram, I can end up with a better code, easier to read code. It's on a similar kind of idea with the Beatles when they wrote tunes. They'd write tunes but not write them down. So if they could remember the tune, then it was a good tune. If they couldn't remember it, then it was, you could say it's kind of self-editing. But I have to hold 3 in my head now. So the first strand is when the thing is parsed. When it's parsed, that's where it reads add on, begin on, chain, blah blah blah. The rule, there is an add rule, and I have to create that add rule and put stuff in it. And what I put in is the literal. Is it the literal? I don't know. It's the literal anything. I have to add a rule to the to the virtual machine for the function makeCube. Right, I couldn't agree more, Mark. And this is the thing, I could go on a rant here. I think I did a Moths of Programming about documenting, always documenting your code. And I never document your code unless absolutely necessary. comments. You know, it's one of those funny things is that we hold on to stuff, and so holding the idea of commenting your code is a moth that goes all the way back to a moth of programming. It goes all the way back to assembler programming, because when writing in assembler, or assembly I should say, when writing in assembly programming, comments were actually pretty essential a lot of the time, until you found a pattern that meant that you didn't need to. But remember, what are the most important rules of programming? A student says, always comment your code. No. Same thing with documentation. So see the documentation for Unreal. I have a function. Print string to console. Let's say. I mean, there isn't one like that, but let's say there was. Print string to console. It would be called print string to console. And you go to look at the documentation page and it would say print string to console. Arguments. The string to be printed to the console. Return. No return value. Yeah. Description. Prints the argument to the console. There's so many Unreal pages like that. It's like, really? It shouldn't even bother. Well, they should do. It would be really refreshing if they said a documentation page that said self-explanatory, and that's it. That would be just so nice. Wouldn't that be nice, Mark? If there was, if we looked at documentation for APIs or whatever, and it simply said self-explanatory. That would just, you can see me sit up there. The thought of seeing that, just if that came, I'd go, oh, thank you so much. Self-explanatory. There is great. It tells you so much. It tells you that there is no documentation because it should be self-explanatory, which means that then you have confidence in looking at the name of the thing and being able to divine its function, so that if it is print string to console, you, given that confidence of believing that what it does is print the string to the console, and that there's no trickiness to it or complications or things to worry about. It should just work. All because somebody has said self-explanatory. Yeah, that is very true. I mean, some of the Unreal documentation is detailed in stuff, but never shows you any example code, and that's horrible. Unity is good for that. The Unity documentation always has sample code, pretty much always has sample code, and then I'm like, yeah. Because usually with APIs, the problem is that it's usually not clear the order in which you should call functions, you know. And if you've ever tried to try and build it up just by looking at the cross-referencing the pages, you just got the documentation on the API, no examples, and you have to piece it together. That's hell. It's like this argument is a, you know, blah-de-blah widget, you know, argument list or something. And you go, oh, great. Okay, so you have to go look at that, and then they say, well, this is the API. Great long thing, and it's like, oh gosh, I have to go through every single one of these, and it's like, well, that, this, that, and when you're done, it was like one line of code, but it took you like an hour to figure it out. The other thing that's a problem, a common problem, is APIs that are far too complicated. Most of the APIs that I've seen, it feels like 90% of the API is rarely or never used. There's a lot of white vans. Show us a picture. Give us a picture then, Mike. You can't hold that from us. There's a lot of white vans. It's like, let's see them. He's keeping the view all to himself. You put your sunglasses on, have you? It's all the bright light from the white vans. It's too much. Put on your shades. Now are they all orange vans now, or yellow? That's the thing. If reality is created by the observer, you've changed the... Never mind. I was talking to Karina about seagulls today. I was thinking, to a seagull, does the seagull think that it moves itself to the food, to the chips that it's trying to extract from a victim's hand? You know, she swoops down. Is, from the perspective of the seagull, is the seagull moving itself to the target, or is the seagull bringing the target to itself? Philosophy. But the thing is from the point of view of the seagull, because it doesn't have presumably the language considerations that we have, and it doesn't break the world into bits the way that we do with our intellect, it might actually think of it as it moves the world instead of it moving itself. I mean, that's it. So, Mike, you could consider it that you've actually changed the colour of the vans. If you like, you can look at it that way. Then you talk to someone else and say, I changed the colour of the vans. And they'll look at it, and to them the vans are still white. And they'll say, that's okay, I didn't. I don't know why that tickles me, but that does. For some reason, I'll probably find out why later on. Seagulls, yeah, they're amazing. Quite intelligent. we have seagulls that visit, a pair of seagulls that visit us, because we leave them scraps. And I know where the seagull came from. I suspect it might be the seagull I rescued, because a year and a half ago, or maybe 2 years ago, I'm not sure, there was this baby seagull fell into our backyard, from which it could not escape, and it was there for quite a few days, and it was clear that it was not going to make it. So I got a towel and I went into the yard and I picked the thing up, and it wrapped in the towel, and then I had to walk through the house, up the stairs to the bedroom window, where the roof that it was on is, you can reach it from our window. It's a bit of a weird setup. And as I was walking up the stairs with this thing, trying to keep my balance, whatever, it's trying to peck my eyes out, So it's like, and I let it go on the roof, and scampered away. And then that was it for a while. Then one day I'm up there, there. Why am I saying up there? That's because I used to at that time I was streaming from down there, from below, but it was this room. And I hear this awful commotion. It's like the seagulls yelling right above me. They just yell. There was like 4 seagulls all yelling. I'm going, what the hell? I'm going up to the window there. I'm trying to peek out, and there was the seagull that I'd rescued. And you know what it was? And this is very interesting. I wonder if there are studies being made about seagulls. They're far more interesting than I think people give credit to. So you tell me, there was one baby seagull, young seagull, being yelled at by 4 seagulls. What do you think was happening? I think they were trying to get that seagull to fly, to leave the roof. Now this seagull, little seagull or young seagull, probably had extra trouble with this, because it had a scare when it had fallen off the roof and ended up in my yard. So, but it was such a ruckus going on. And I could see, by leaning, that I could see there were 4 seagulls involved. You tell me, who are the 4 seagulls? Well, 2 of the seagulls I could understand if they were the parents. But 4? They're highly social animals. Were these other ones just bystanders? Whatever. Anyway, the point was they were yelling at the seagull to encourage it to fly, and it did, because it, as far as I know, didn't die on my roof, right? So then I went on holiday. I went to visit my parents. Oh, Mark. 2 of the seagulls may have been right wing. So then I go on holiday, and then so I'm away for a while. When I get back, there's no sign of the seagulls or anything like that, right? Whatever, obviously. But I used to see the mother of the seagull, or I presume it's the mother, one of the parents of the seagull, would perch itself on a rooftop not far from the window here. So about level with me, but, you know, across the other side of the roof on another house, right? And I would see it there. Anyway, so I'm here and I come up here and I get this idea, you know, go and check to see if the seagull's there. Why? I don't know. I just got this feeling to do it. So I'm coming up here and I go look at the window and they're both there. The mother or parent or whatever, presumably adult seagull, and presumably the seagull I rescued, were both on the roof. And that roof that they're on is where the nest was originally. Right? And I look out the window and the adult seagull immediately lifts its head up and does this weird thing that they do sometimes. It's ha 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 ha. And they both take off and I never see them again. There's no word of a lie on this. And okay, it could just be a coincidence, but you know what? It didn't feel that way. It felt like it felt like they were saying bye-bye, you know. It was very, very strange. It felt strange. I mean, it could be just a fantasy, but it felt strange. That is what I saw. And actually, the young one flew as well. I saw it fly. And then they took off together and disappeared, and I never saw them again. So sometimes I wonder whether we call this one that visits us now George, but the young one, I don't know. There've been a few. So anyway, the one we have. But I wonder if George is in fact the bird that I'd rescued. And it's not so unlikely, because what they tend to do is if they're familiar with a space, they go back to it. We had that happen with the blackbird. A female blackbird made a nest in the building at the back of the garden when I was living in the Netherlands, and I actually streamed the nest for a while, so I've got footage of this nest and the whole thing. And some of the birds from that brood or whatever came back and used the garden again. You could tell because of where they were hanging out. You know, hanging out near the nest where they were. So it's probably not that unlikely. The other thing I've seen, and I've not had anybody give an explanation for it, but Brighton obviously has a lot of seagulls. I've been on the beach. I've also seen this on the fountain. The young seagulls, the young seagulls, you can tell because they're grey, right? The juveniles, you often see them together. So one place they gather in Brighton is at that there's a kind of memorial fountain thing, pool in the old Stein, an old Stein, and seagulls go there a lot for obvious reasons. It's very common at certain times of year to see that full of juvenile seagulls. So what's that about? it's like those seagulls are not all from one nest. I think from what I've seen, there may be two, and usually only one seems to survive. So I don't know what the rules are, but it's you'll go there and you'll see 20 or 30 of these juvenile seagulls. So then you look, though, you find that there's not just the juveniles. You'll see adults as well. Just here and there, a few. Not that many. And then there's usually one adult in a very prominent position that oversees everything. And I tell you, it's a fracking crash. I've been on the beach and I've seen a similar situation where on the beach there was many young seagulls, many juvenile seagulls, and one adult, and the adult's just there. And what's this? And the adult's not flying around. I mean, the seagulls generally, they like to fly about. They don't normally. They might plod about, but usually they plod about because they're looking for something, or because they're, they if they really want to sort of perch for a while, they'll do it somewhere else, not just sort of on the beach, watching all the juveniles. So the evidence would be that they actually are organised. I mean, just use your eyes. It's like you see it right there. What's the explanation for all these juveniles there with the one? And I've never seen the juveniles together without an adult. When you see them there, you look around and you'll see the adult. But I just love that idea. It's like, they get organised. Now, but of course, people might say about all this, oh well, there's a history of science, in science, of sort of dismissing it, such ideas. It's like, no. But the thing is if you look at the seagulls as being, all the seagulls together as being like an organism, it actually makes perfect sense. It's like, it's not that weird, it's not that strange. There are a lot of seagulls in Brighton. You can think of all the seagulls in Brighton as being like an organism. There's a lot of brain power in the collective community of seagulls. But what we do is we look at a seagull and we say it's a seagull and it's got a small brain, and so it cannot be that clever. Although actually, as you were saying, crows they're actually very intelligent, right? But what we're looking at is behaviour of the whole group of seagulls, and organised, is not that weird, actually. The one other story is seagulls I've seen that was very interesting. There was a dead seagull in the gutter once when I was walking to work, but I knew something was up from way off, because as I was walking I could see a commotion. There was such a commotion going on, and there were seagulls flying around and all squawking, and it was like, what on earth is going on? And they were all circling above the dead seagull in the gutter. It's like, what? So again, if you just interpret that in the most obvious way, you would say the only explanation for that is that they were either mourning or Well, that's it. What is the other explanation? Where is when evolution? What's the where is the value in this thing? Caring about a fallen comrade. I don't know, but it was quite a thing. It made me think. Interpret that in the most logical way of interpreting it. They just witnessed the death of one of their own and are upset about it. But we tend to just dismiss those. We tend to dismiss those things, don't we? It's interesting. Anyway, sorry. Let me see if all that digression has clarified in my mind what I need to do next. I have to hold in my head. Yeah, I really think we do. I think we're arrogant, and we think that we are better than the universe. You know, we've got a kind of God complex of our own. So what I have to hold yeah, you know, there was a story that my mother told me about a robin. It's funny talking about. I can't remember the last time I saw a robin. But anyway, in the where we lived in outer London, we had a garden, and there was the robin who got some food. I don't know where the food was, if my mother has sort of fed them or what it was, but this robin chomping away at this stuff, whatever. And then of course came the starlings. So the starlings bullied the robin out, so they could have at all the good stuff. And so the robin flew off. And but a short while later, suddenly there was this swarm of robins. They descended upon the garden, and they sent the starlings packing. And you think, you know, it's like, yeah. And it's not. I don't think it's that strange. What's strange is that we think it's strange. That's what I think is. Yeah, right. I can imagine that. We had crow. You know, when the blackbird had a nest at the end of the garden, and we had some crows. I don't know what kind they were. They're not the same as your black crow, but anyway, these big birds that were there and this is in the Netherlands. And they were interested in what was going on, because they're a bit, you know, they will destroy a nest. They'll eat eggs. They'll eat anything. You know, it's just like they'll kill the young. So there was a commotion, some kind of attack. They were freaked out. The blackbirds were freaked out, or whatever. I ran out of the garden and basically chased off one of those, crows. And the relationship between us and the crows had been pretty good. We would feed the birds in the garden, and we would also feed the crows. I actually managed to get one to take a walnut out of my hand. That took a lot of work and coaxing, but there was a spot on the wall where I put a walnut. Anyway, so I ran to the defence of the poor blackbirds. So the next day, there were these big there were these big splatters of bird poo all over our back door. Just, it's like, yeah, it could have been a coincidence. It could have been a coincidence. On the other hand, the timing was quite interesting. So I've got this this idea that it was these crows were basically bombing the front door in protest for the thing. Yeah. There you go. I didn't get any. They wouldn't eat from my hand again. The trust was broken. I made it clear, where my allegiances were. That I would support the underdog, and they didn't like that. I'm not getting much work done here, I'm talking about, but hopefully it's progressing in my subconscious. So I was saying there were 3 tracks I need to consider here. One of them is the parsing track. The second one is the function execution. And the third one is the rule execution. So right now I'm dealing with the parsing. And the problem I have is I need to store the rule somewhere. And a complication is I need to have a rule that doesn't execute because it hasn't actually you see, I need to take the rule and copy it and make an actual rule. Unfortunately, the way that I have rules at the moment, it uses a pool to store the watches and the expressions that make up the rules. They're in a pool, and the rule class uses an index to access them. Now, the reason I did this is it's a little more data orientated. It means that all the rules all the watches that need to be executed on each iteration, they are all in a list. But the problem I had just now, before I was talking about seagulls, was that, and that I fixed, was that the parsing would actually create a rule in that table, which would then be executed on each iteration. In that array that would be executed on each iteration. When it shouldn't, because the rule doesn't actually exist, it's just sort of pending. So I don't have anywhere to put pending rules. Unless, okay, so I'm going to have two kinds of rules. I think that's the easiest way right now. I've got the rule that is an active rule in the virtual machine, and I need to have a rule specification, if you will. So I'll need to create a different class for that. Then the parsing can create one of those, and the data type is one of those. That what I'm saying is that add on right, add on begin, or an add on begin needs to store it's a watch, which is a begin is a special kind of watch. A watch on, for a variable that changes or an event that occurs, that when it occurs adds a rule. So what I need to do is store that rule in an expression item. Right, okay. I can create an expression item of a special type, which is a rule. And its data structure, its data field, can be filled with a pointer to a rule specification, for want of a better way of naming it. And instead of worrying about all the allocations that, if I just do a new or whatever, a better way is to have an array of such pending or rule specifications, or dynamic rule. You could call it a dynamic rule. Yeah, it is, because that's what it is. Okay, so we'll call it a dynamic rule. So when I'm doing an add rule, the add rule has a dynamic rule that is added on an event. I need to add a new expression item type, which is a dynamic rule. We create a type for that expression item, which is a new type called dynamic rule. I need to create a structure or class that is a dynamic rule that needs to be able to hold the information effectively on this line on change, and then the watch expressions, and then the actions, the watches and the actions. So they need to be stored inside this dynamic rule, which is in this list. The expression item can have an index in it to that list. And so when the function makeCube is executed, no, it's parsed, and I get to this, that's clear. It will add a rule for, in this case, begin, where the action is a single expression item of type dynamic rule. And yeah, it will have created a dynamic rule class instance with the remainder of that line, and that's all tied up, and there, that's fine. That happens on parsing. Then when the makeCube is executed, it's going to run through the rules inside the virtual machine for makeCube, where it'll find the onBegin, the add-on begin, and it will have an expression item in the actions that is a dynamic rule. It needs to take the information from the dynamic rule and convert it into an actual rule, which it adds to the virtual machine. The only problem now is what to do with these in references. The rule that it's stored, the rule will have, the dynamic rule will have @item. So I will execute that. So I can't write that rule, create that rule with @item, because item won't exist when the rule that is being written is executed, because it's been created inside of makeCube, but the execution context when it is executed is in the global scope. So item won't exist then. So for that reason I need to do the substitution first. So what I have to do is a partial evaluation of the watch and expressions. It's quite complicated, isn't it? I have to evaluate to remove the reference to item and replace it with, in this case, cube, because I called makeCube with a parameter cube. So I have to modify, I need to make a copy of it. Copy of the dynamic rule, where I substitute any reference to item this is gnarly. Add on begin on change at item. I'm taking that which was parsed. It will be literally in the dynamic rule at item pos x, for example. I need to copy it there may be other references in there. So I could try evaluating them. But oh. If I use right. Okay. Alright. Jeez. Right, what I need to do is to take that dynamic rule and scan through the watches and the actions, looking for any dereferences. Now that's actually not that hard to do, because it's just a list in the expression stack. I can go through the expression stack and immediately see any references. So it's actually not that hard. I can go through and say, here's a dereference. Now when I look at that dereference, I need to see the context of it. If the dereference has a local scope, I can tell if it has a local scope because I can tell the context. So if I'm doing that and it belongs in the context of my current local scope, which is the case with that item, because it will look at that item and say that item is in fact defined in this scope. It's not global. So I'm defining a rule to be added, and rules can only be added to the global scope. So if I'm inside a function, it's like it doesn't actually make any sense for me to retain @item because item won't exist in the global scope. So if it's in the local scope, it has to be substituted, because if it isn't substituted, it won't work later. Right? Okay, so what I do is I go through and look to see if the dereference is in the scope of this function, and if it is, then I translate the dereference into, I actually do the dereference. So I go through and literally change @item to cube in the watches and in the expression, in the actions. Then having done that, I've got a new rule created, and I add it to the rule set of the global scope. And I'm done. But there's one more problem. This is all happening while it's executing the rules. If I add a rule while the rules are executing, it's a road to great pain. It just won't work properly. It'll do all kinds of weird, potentially weird things, because I'm changing the rule set. I'm changing the rules, or I'm adding to the rules in the middle of the execution of a set of rules. So what it needs to do is add these rules to be added to a list of rules to add. And then when it's finished executing the current iteration, it can then actually append them. Perhaps it can. So there's the question, is when do you add them? I suppose they can be added, yeah, and then in the iteration, in the global execution of the global... right. I'm going to be adding them to the global scope, but while I'm inside a function, right? So I need to, okay, add them to a list so they can be added to the global scope when we get to the global scope. Okay, but when? We do that when the function exits, so only in the global scope after, alright, when? It's like, do I process all the watches? Then I made a bunch of changes. Do I add the rules then? Do I add the rules before? Like, do I add the rules? Really, the choice is, do I add the rules before or after I next run the watches? I don't know. I am executing, let's say, on begin make cube. In executing that, it spins up a new virtual machine to execute make cube. It runs make cube and it generates a new rule in the global for the global scope, puts it in a list, returns from make cube. The function make cube might have had other side effects. But in general, the pattern is execute the changes which are triggered by the watches. Execute the actions that are triggered by changes recognized by the watches, and then after those actions are executed, see if there are more changes to react to. So in fact, it is the best place to do it is before, because what we are doing is changing the state of things, and the program is in itself a state. That's why I'm hesitating, because I have to think about, you know, code and data not being are in fact the same. So there is a state change from calling make cube, which is that it adds rules. So I would let it return from make cube. In fact, finish executing everything that needs to be executed for the previously identified changes. So that'll be all the begin rules sort of executed, everything like that. And then when all of that is done, and only then, because if we do it before, we'll introduce execution order problems. Presumably, it might not matter. But anyway, but just to think of it that way, if we just execute all of the triggered watches, all the actions connected to the triggered watches, and after that you add the new rules that were held in the list, because just to bear in mind that there could be multiple begins, so there could be many of these which have been created, so they all need to be stored in a buffer in an array. And once all of the execution for the last triggered actions are finished, then it adds the rule to the global scope, and then it scans through the watches looking for changes. Now that scan through the watches will now include new watches that have just been added. Does that matter? No, I don't think it does. I think it's fine. So it would go through and look for what has changed. So what would happen with this code? It would go through after begin make cube and say what's changed. Well, one thing that's changed, we add this new rule on change pos x, pos y, pos z. Will have changed. It will have changed at the same time that the rule will have been added. So when it comes to that rule, it will say, you know what, pos item pos x changed. But only if it was set, and it wasn't set. So therefore, in fact, it won't do anything, and that's okay. And that's fine. That's fine, because I didn't set those values. But let's say that I had on begin also set the position of the cube in there, right? Then those variables will have changed, and the rule will have been added. And when it next runs through the watches, the watch will include the detection of the change that had just happened inside of make cube. And this is the bit that I think I was trying to figure out. Look, I'm trying to deal with this situation. On begin, and just keep things simple, I'm going to get rid of this debug line. On begin, at item.pos.x equal 10. So we do x, y, and z, right? This is basically saying on begin we make the graphics cube. Okay, fine, that's the native function to make the cube appear on the viewer. And we will also set the position x, y, and z. The order of execution is not determined between those two. So it could set the position before the cube. I'm not too worried about that at this time, because the cube will appear in the viewer at some position for sure, which might be different, like the origin. But I'm not going to worry about that right now. This is an example. So what will happen is that it's basically saying on begin, do three things. Make a cube in the viewer. Set the position of the cube in the data in the program, right, in 5 variables, right, to 10, 10, 10, and add the rule that when x, y, or z position of the cube changes, call the native function update position, so that it will update the position of the cube in the viewer. So when we say make cube, we do all those three things. Initiate the cube in the viewer, set the position in the local data of the cube to 10, 10, 10, and put a rule in that says that when we change the position in the program of the cube, we should transmit that change to the viewer. Right. So what happens then is that when it comes back from completing the make cube function, it will do its standard thing of see if anything is triggered. And when it goes through, it will scan through all of the trigger rules, which will include the rule that was just added from the function. This is the one to update the position. And this is all happening in one iteration. It makes the cube, and then it checks, is there anything we need to do? And it immediately sees that we need to update the position of the cube in the viewer because the position changed within the function. This is why it needs to go at that particular spot. Right? So in theory, once written all of that. There's quite a bit of work to do here just to get this to work, but I think I've got a direction clear. When I execute that, what will happen is it will make the cube and position it to 10, 10, 10 all in one frame. And then if I add the line afterwards down here on change frame count line, is that every frame is going to add 10 to X, Y, and Z position of the cube. And it just adds them to the position, but there's a rule, the one that was added in make cube, that says whenever the position of the cube changes, synchronize it with the viewer, and we'll be there. Now that was a bit complicated. Sorry for bearing with. Thank you for bearing with me as I work that through. But I think I have in mind now what needs to be done. And the good news is, I think it works. So my concern was trying to get that to sort of to mesh properly. Oh, wow. Hi there, great. What am I trying to achieve with this? This is a new programming language with it's a programming language that doesn't have a program counter and doesn't have any control flow, but you can program anything you like in it. That's basically the idea. A language that is neither imperative nor functional. It's not imperative because you can't have you can't. I'm glad you found it interesting, Garcia. You can't have imperative programming if you don't have an order of execution of instructions, and you can't have functional programming if it's all about state. So phi is all about state, but at the same time it doesn't have any imperative programming. So it's like trying to solve the problem of, or unification of the two paradigms that don't mix very well. Oh, right. What's the time? 1:46. Ah, man. It's a bit late. I don't think I'm going to try and do that now. There, if you go, look. Guess what I can do? But I'll just point out with all my ranting, you see how that just came out in one flow. It's because there was, my subconscious was lining up all the ducks in a row. What was I going to... Phi programming language.
Originally computed.
So here's the introduction to Phi.
Originally, computers were conceived as calculating machines. Given a set of data and instructions, it would perform the calculation and terminate. However, the reality is that these days almost all computer programs are designed to run continuously, something that they were never originally conceived to do. I believe this to be the root cause of the issues that we face in computer science and software engineering to this day. The Phi programming language is an attempt to solve this problem by removing the issue of time. It is not a Turing machine, but you could build a Turing machine out of it. It is not a functional programming language because it embraces state. It is not an imperative programming language because you do not specify an ordered sequence of instructions. You can follow development and research into the Phi programming language here in my Phi updates.
Do not adjust your set. We control the horizontal. We control the vertical. We can make your the outer limits. Yeah, so I had fun making that. It was yeah, that was fun. But yeah, you could be forgiven for thinking that this was something from the 19 whatever. But anyway, and a couple of months ago, we had the reveal. A month ago, we had a reveal of the concept of. So if you want to see more about it, you can go to this channel, and it has share channel program. No, my channel. Your channel.
Originally, computers were conceived as calculating
Oh,
machines.
shut up. Originally. Yeah. I haven't done an update for a bit, but I will when the time comes. Probably I'm getting close to it. When I've got this construction done, when I've got it that I can actually call something that looks like a constructor, and then I've got this viewer which it works over the network, so it's like this whole thing together. I'll be able to do a demonstration of, well, actually the goal is to have the cube or ball that bounces around the screen. It's literally going to be about, in addition to what you see here, 2 lines of code, maybe 4, but that would show the principle in a very, show how it could apply to video game development or your UI development. But the principle, nobody has yet come to me and say this has been done before. Nobody has said that yet. So it's possible that this is actually a new thing. What should I work on now? I don't want to work on Phi at the moment. I need to take a break from that tonight. So I could get the old get the old Acorn System 1 going. There was something I wanted to do, which was get it to program that this, which this ran. This is I don't know where I got it from, to be honest, but it's a little sort of name badge thing. It ran on sort of those button cells, and I wanted to see how long it would last on 3 of these, and I think it's been going like 2 weeks. And it's beginning to get a bit darker now. But that's a very decent amount of time to run. That you know, I can run it. Oh, it's gone off. What happened? I just broke it. Oh, there we go. It's back again. So what you do is that you've got buttons on the back, and you can program it to have any letters you like. I haven't checked how much these cost or whatever. I had it a while. Anyway, the point is that the amount of time that you get out of 3 of these batteries is long enough that I can just use some rechargeable batteries and charge them up. And I can just have that as a little sort of thing. But I want to program what it says, and to program what it says, you need to operate some buttons to painfully set the message. So how about, as a project, I connect this to that, and so then this would be able to program that. I think I'll do that. One project I remember doing, which was a great fun with this guy, was I had a calculator, and I connected the calculator to, it was a Casio calculator. I connected it to the I/O of this guy, and I made a programmable calculator by connecting this to a Casio calculator. I might try that as well, because that was quite powerful. The combination of the two, and this is back in 1980, it was a pretty powerful combination, right? Take your calculator, which was able to do floating point arithmetic, not very fast, and then this was able to program or push the buttons, so to speak. And so I guess it would be a similar thing here. But I don't know if you know of any way of getting a module, a practical way of getting a module that connects to the Wi-Fi. Because best of all would be if this had a Wi-Fi connection on it, and then I could just program the message from my, from the network. We shall see. Yeah, anyway. I think I'm going to sort of call it a night. I'm going to put a video up, of course. Let's go do that. What shall we have? Switch account. Oh, hang on. Let me look that up then. ESP32. What is it? Oh, that's not expensive. Thank you very much. That's just what I was looking for. £7.49. Microcontroller. Put it on here. Microcontroller. Bluetooth module. Oh, it's a Bluetooth. I was looking for Wi-Fi. Three-pack ESP32. Oh yeah. 2.4 gigahertz dual core WLAN Wi-Fi plus Bluetooth 2-in-1 microcontroller. For Arduino. Yeah, so it needs all right, well, someone ESP266. Wow. Yeah, they're cheap. Wow. And hi, look very recommended by the looks of it. But I need thing is, this one needs a processor. ESP. Where's the data sheet? La 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 la. La 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 la. I just get them. I mean, it's got a lot of pins on there, so I'm hoping that I can just use it without needing to have... I can use it as the controller. Yeah, well... general purpose I/O pins. Oh, it looks like it can. I don't need an Arduino. Dual core, it has 2 processors. There's Wi-Fi and Bluetooth built in, runs 32-bit programs. Clock frequency can go up to 240 megahertz. It has half a meg of RAM. Flipping heck. It's many times. That's as much RAM as the original Amiga or Atari ST had. But it works with the Arduino IDE. Looks really cool. I'm actually just going to go order that then. I mean, why wait? If not now, when? And that's pretty cheap. I mean, that's £6 each. Let's do it. Doesn't need the Arduino. Yeah. No, it doesn't. That's what I was checking. It's got it's got a microcontroller in it. So you can program it directly, and it has I/O pins. So basically with one of these I could just get it, I can do what I want to do, which is I want to create a standalone bits of technology that connect to the network. No wires. Which is why I like this thing. Because of the fact that it is like, if this can run for a week between charges, I can live with that. Don't know why I want to do that, but I just do. I want to have stuff that just... I've always wanted to do that. So why not? Just do it. When I was young, I didn't have any money, and but I had more time, and so I didn't do half of the electronic projects I ever wanted to do. And then I had the money, and then I didn't have the time. And so it's taken me all this time to get back to wanting to do the thing. Yeah, I'm going to buy it. I'm not waiting. I'm buying. I'm just nattering on. But there's a buy it now button. Let's see. And it's like, Amazon is dangerous. It's like, your order has been placed. That's stupidly easy. Nice stuff. Thanks a lot there, Garcia. So, let me change the channel to this one. And then we're going to go to my channel and manage the videos. And don't forget, tomorrow at midnight, the premiere of God and the River, my new single. But if I go back through the archive, what's this one? Doing what you said now. Some improvisation. Take care, everybody. Thanks for watching.
What's the point of getting up now if you ain't gonna do what you said? What's the point of getting up now? What's the point of getting out of bed? You're not gonna, not gonna, not gonna, not gonna, not gonna, not gonna fail. What's the point of getting up out of bed if you ain't got what you said now? You're not gonna do what you said now. What's the point of getting out of bed now? What's the point of getting out of bed now if you ain't gonna do what you said now? Now, now. Talking about what I of bed now. If you ain't gonna do what you said now. Life is like a river, it's got a flow to be. It's got a beginning and an end. The middle is where you're free. What's the point of getting out of bed now if you ain't doing what you said now? What's the point of getting out of bed now? You ain't gonna do what you said now. Take it one step at a time, but you gotta take those steps in life. Take one step at a time, but you've gotta take those steps in line. Now what's the point of getting out of bed now? You ain't doing what you said now. What's the point of getting out of bed now if you ain't gonna do what you said now? Bed now, out of bed now, just out of bed now, you do what you said now. Okay.